Do you wear wigs?
No, I do not.
Have you worn wigs?
No, I have not.
Will you wear wigs?
Maybe.
When will you wear wigs? Mr. Woods, I will ask you, coming to the end of my... I must close soon, but...
Yes, you must
yes.
close soon.
I hear you...
But after hearing Lewis and 5,000 men or 500 men in his employ who is doing work for like politicians and businessmen wouldn't just now be putting a sign up. But again, even a snide remark at Mr. Wilde's occupation makes Hildred angry. Constance and Lewis walk back and the four of them begin to walk away. But after hearing Lewis and Constance sweet talk each other, Hildred remarks that it was time that he should speak of important matters with his cousin. We then skip forward some days or weeks as Hildred is once again standing in his apartment wearing the crown. One morning early in May, I stood before the steel safe in my bedroom, trying on the golden jeweled crown. The diamonds flashed fire as I turned to the mirror, and the heavy beaten gold burned like a halo about my head. I remembered Camilla's agonized scream and the awful words echoing through the dim streets of Carcosa. They were the last lines in the first act, and I dared not think of what followed. Dared not, even in the spring sunshine, there in my own room, surrounded with familiar objects, reassured by the bustle from the street and the voices of the servants in the hallway outside. For those poisoned words had dropped slowly into my heart, as death sweat drops upon a bedsheet and is absorbed. Trembling, I put the diadem from my head and wiped my forehead, but I thought of Hastur and of my own rightful ambition, and I remembered Mr. Wilde as I had last left him, his face all torn and bloody from the claws of that devil's creature, and what he said. Ah, what he said. The alarm bell in the safe began to whir harshly, and I knew my time was up, but I would not heed it, and replacing the flashing circlet upon my head, I turned defiantly to the mirror. I stood for a long time absorbed in the changing expression of my own eyes. The mirror reflected a face which was like my own, but wider, and so thin that I hardly recognized it. All the time I kept repeating between my clenched teeth, "The day has come! The day has come!" While the alarm in the safe whirred and clamored and the diamonds sparkled and flamed above my brow, I heard a door open but did not heed it. It was only when I saw two faces in the mirror. It was only when another face rose over my shoulder and two other eyes met mine, I wheeled like a flash and seized a long knife from my dressing table, and my cousin sprang back very pale, crying, "Hildred, for God's sake!" Then as my hand fell, he said, "It's I, Lewis. Don't you know me?" I stood silent. I could not have spoken for my life. He walked up to me and took the knife from my hand. So again, Hildred is wearing the crown and thinking of Carcosa and the Yellow King, but this time he leaves it on for too long. It's interesting that he has to set an alarm to keep him from leaving the crown on for too long, but again, this time he ignores it. And we're given more clues as to this Yellow King story. Camilla can be assumed to be a character from the play. In the last lines of the first act, she screams in the streets of Carcosa. And again, this is before the play's second act that seems to draw people in and turn them mad. Words that even in Hildred's current state, he can't dare think about. When he says he looks in the mirror and sees a face that looks like his own, he says that the face is much thinner and wider. Or in other words, looks like his own, he says that the face is much thinner and wider. Or in other words, much more pale. The pallid mask that was mentioned earlier, pallid has the same root word as pale. In other words, the mask is pale or white or ghostly. So it seems that here, after wearing the crown too long and looking in the mirror, it's almost as if Hildred sees a sickly version of himself that is beginning to take on characteristics like the pallid mask. And whatever this grand scheme is, as Hildred says, the day has come, and it Hildred sees a sickly version of himself that is beginning to take on characteristics like the pallid mask. And whatever this grand scheme is, as Hildred says, the day has come. And it takes Lewis showing up for him to snap out of it, and even then, it's after Hildred swings a knife at Lewis. Lewis is a trooper for putting up with this guy, by the way. When Lewis tells Hildred to take all of that off, Lewis remarks, "Take off that brass crown and toddle into the study." Then after this, Hildred says, "I was glad he thought the crown was made of brass and paste, yet I didn't like him any better for thinking so." And then while holding the crown, Lewis says, "It's dear at 50 cents, he said. What's it for?" And then Hildred says, "Lewis paste, yet I didn't like him any better for thinking so." And then while holding the crown, Lewis says, "It's dear at 50 cents, he said. What's it for?" And then Hildred says, "I did not answer, but took the circlet from his hands and placing it in the safe, shut the massive steel door." So Lewis has twice referred to the crown as brass and worth 50 cents. Lewis could be wrong, or what I think is more likely is it's actually a worthless crown, but in Hildred's mind, it's a golden crown full of diamonds. I mean, it makes sense that that's in his head, because how would this guy afford like a super expensive crown otherwise? I mean, maybe if Mr. Wilde is right about being a repairer of reputations, but again, I'm pretty sure he's lying. Lewis also points out something interesting in Hildred's house when he says, "See here, old fellow," he began, "I've got something to suggest to you. It's 4 years now that you've shut yourself up here like an owl, never going anywhere, never taking any healthy exercise, never doing a damn thing but poring over those books up there on the mantelpiece." He glanced along the row of shelves. "Napoleon, Napoleon, Napoleon," he read. "For heaven's sake, have you nothing but Napoleons there? I wish they were bound in gold," I said. It seems that Hildred is wanting to adopt this mindset of a ruler, a rule that he thinks he is entitled to. And he's done nothing for the past few years except meet with Mr. Wilde and read books about how to do that. But what's more interesting is what Hildred says right after. "But wait, yes, there is another book. The King in Yellow." I looked him steadily in the eye. "Have you never read it?" I asked. No, thank God. I don't want to be driven crazy." I saw he regretted his speech as soon as he had uttered it. "There is only one word which I loathe more than I do lunatic, and that word is crazy." But I controlled myself and asked him why he thought the King in Yellow dangerous. "Oh, I don't know," he said hastily. "I only remember the excitement it created and the denunciations from pulpit and press. I believe the author shot himself after bringing forth this monstrosity, didn't he?" "I understand he is still alive," I answered. "That's probably true," he muttered. "Bullets couldn't kill a fiend like that." "It is a book of great truths," I said. "Yes," he replied, "of truths which send men frantic and blast their lives. I don't care if the thing is, as they say, the very supreme essence of art. It's a crime to have written it, and I for one shall never open its pages." Again, we have another mention of Hildred getting violent at words like lunatic and crazy. But what's interesting is Lewis has also heard of The King in Yellow and has heard that anyone who has read it has gone insane. Again, certainly wouldn't apply to Hildred or anything. We never get more details about that whole mention of the author shooting himself but potentially being alive. But I think it more so goes to show no one knows where the book came from, and there's all these urban legends around who the author even is. Another detail here, and I might be reading too far into this, but Lewis says the exact same phrases that Hildred did when he introduced The King in Yellow in the first place. Specifically, when Lewis says the denunciations from pulpit and press, and when he says it contains the very supreme essence of art. Those are both direct quotes that Hildred had earlier in the story, which might be Hildred not really having a grasp of what the outside world has been doing in the past several years. So earlier, while attempting to sound stoic and like a point of information for the reader, he was just quoting what Lewis said. His grasp on the world isn't as concrete as he may want others to see. Lewis then says that the reason he has visited Hildred is to tell Hildred that he is to be married. And at this, Hildred says, "I believe for a moment my heart ceased to beat, but I kept my eyes on his face." As you can imagine, Lewis is getting married to Constance. And again, all of this seems to be a major point of contention for Hildred. Lewis also says that his regiment is being moved tomorrow, so they're having the wedding tomorrow so that Constance can go with him. And not only that, but as a wedding present, he is being promoted to captain. So things are going comedically well for Lewis. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. Hildred continues to the reader and says, "Then he told me where it was to be and who were to be there, and made me promise to come and be best man." It really is heartbreaking how much Lewis cares for Hildred. "I set my teeth and listened to his boyish chatter without showing what I felt, but I was getting to the limit of my endurance, and when he jumped up and, switching his spurs till they jingled, said he must go, I did not detain him. 'There's one thing I want to ask of you,' I said quietly. 'Out with it. It's promised,' he laughed. 'I want you to meet me for a quarter of an hour's talk tonight.' 'Of course, if you wish,' he said, somewhat puzzled. 'Where?' 'Anywhere. In the park there.' 'What time, Hildred?' 'Midnight.' 'What in the name of—' he began, but checked himself and laughed assented. I watched him go down the stairs and hurry away, his saber banging at every stride. He turned into Bleecker Street, and I knew he was going to see Constance. So if Lewis is getting married tomorrow, then Hildred's got to do whatever he needs to do tonight. And Lewis, being the kind cousin that he is, agrees to meet Hildred in the park at midnight. He then says, I gave him 10 minutes to disappear and then followed in his footsteps, taking with me the jeweled crown and the silken robe embroidered with the yellow sign. So here we see that the sign is a quite literal symbol, and he has a robe that has the symbol drawn on it. Hildred races to Mr. Wilde, being sure to dodge Lewis, Constance, and Hawberk in the shop below. And when he gets up to Mr. Wilde's room, it says, I knocked and entered without ceremony. Mr. Wilde lay groaning on the floor, his face covered with blood, his clothes torn to shreds. Drops of blood were scattered about over the carpet, which had also been ripped and frayed in the evidently recent struggle. It's that cursed cat, he said, ceasing his groans and turning his colorless eyes towards me. She attacked me while I was asleep. I believe she will kill me yet. I think the reason that, this is brought up in the story is because, Wilde portrays himself as like such an eloquent man, above society even, who's going to launch a coup to enact the imperial dynasty of America, and that every politician's in his pocket and stuff like that. And the guy is constantly in a life or death battle with a cat. Hildred is furious at this and gets a hatchet from the pantry and begins to make his way through the apartment to kill the cat, but he can't find the cat, so instead he just decides to sit down. There's one interpretation of this story some people have, that the cat isn't even real and that it's just like a figment of Hildred, or collectively Hildred and Mr. Wilde's imagination, or like Yellow King influence or whatever, which I don't think is true, but is funny to imagine. Hildred begins to read the Imperial Dynasty of America, and when he's done, Mr. Wilde turns to a dark hallway in the apartment and calls for someone named Vance. And then a man who had just been crouching in the shadows of this apartment and calls for and when he's done, Mr. Wilde turns to a dark hallway in the apartment and calls for someone named Vance. And then a man who had just been crouching in the shadows this whole time stands up and walks over to the table. "Vance, this is Mr. Castaigne," said Mr. Wilde. Before he had finished speaking, the man threw himself on the ground before the table, crying and grasping. "Oh God, oh my God, help me, forgive me. Oh, Mr. Castaigne, keep that man away. You cannot mean it. You are different. Save me. I am broken down. I was in a madhouse, and now, when all was coming right, when I had forgotten the king in yellow, but I shall go mad again. I shall go mad." His voice died into a choking rattle, for Mr. Wilde had leapt on him, and his right hand encircled the man's throat. When Vance fell in a heap on the floor, Mr. Wilde clambered nimbly into his chair again, and rubbing his mangled ears with the stump of his hand, turned to me and asked me for the ledger. I reached it down from the shelf and he opened it. After a moment searching among the beautifully written pages, he coughed complacently and pointed to the name Vance. "Vance," he read aloud. "Osgood Oswald Vance." At the sound of his name, the man on the floor raised his head and turned a convulsed face to Mr. Wilde. His eyes were injected with blood, his lips tumefied. "Called April 28th, continued Mr. Wilde. Occupation, cashier in the Seaforth National Bank. Has served a term of forgery at Sing Sing, from whence he was transferred to the Asylum for the Criminal Insane. Pardoned by the Governor of New York and discharged from the asylum, January 19th, 1918. Reputation damaged at Sheepshed Bay. Rumors that he lives beyond his income. Reputation to be repaired at once. Retainer, $1,500. Note, has embezzled sums amounting to $30,000 since March 20th, 1919. Excellent family and secured present position through uncle's influence. Father, president of Seaforth Bank." I looked at the man on the floor. "Get up, Vance," Mr. Wilde said in a gentle voice. Vance rose as if hypnotized. "He will do as we suggest now," observed Mr. Wilde, and opening the manuscript, he read the entire history of the Imperial Dynasty of America. Then, in a kind and soothing murmur, he ran over the important points with Vance, who stood like one stunned. His eyes were so blank and vacant that I imagined he had become half-witted, and remarked it to Mr. Wilde, who replied that it was of no consequence anyway. Very patiently, we pointed out to Vance what his share in the affair would be, and he seemed to understand after a while. Mr. Wilde explained the manuscript, using several volumes on heraldry to substantiate the result of his researches. He mentioned the establishment of the dynasty in Carcosa, the lakes which connected Hastur, Aldebaran, and the mystery of the Hyades. The to Vance what his share in the affair would be, and he seemed to understand after a while. Mr. Wilde explained the manuscript, using several volumes on heraldry to substantiate the result of his researches. He mentioned the establishment of the dynasty in Carcosa, the lakes which connected Hastur, Aldebaran, and the mystery of the Hyades. He spoke of Casilda and Camilla, and sounded the cloudy depths of Demi, and the lake of Hali. "The scalloped tatters of the king in yellow must hide Yathil forever," he muttered, but I do not believe Vance heard him. Then, by degrees, he led Vance along the ramifications of the imperial family. To Uat and Thal, from now to Bala and Phantom of Truth, to Aldones, and then tossing aside his manuscript and notes, he began the wonderful story of the last king. Fascinated and thrilled, I watched him. He threw up his head, his long arms were stretched out in a deep, magnificent gesture of pride and power, and his eyes blazed deep in their sockets like two emeralds. Vance listened stupefied. As for me, when at last Mr. Wilde had finished and pointed to me, cried, "The cousin of the king!" My head swam with excitement. So let's break this down in order. Mr. Wilde has a man named Vance who was from a mental asylum and has now gone even more mad after coming across the King in Yellow. And Vance seems to be a mindless puppet that Mr. Wilde can control. Makes you kind of think of other people who might have had to stay in an asylum that Mr. Wilde might theoretically have control over. I mean, for all we know, if Mr. Wilde was lying about all the other information of reputations he's repairing, all that stuff about Osgood Oswald Vance could have just been made up. We get more mentions of this lost play. We get Camilla and Casilda as characters mentioned once again. We get a mention of the dynasty of Carcosa, whatever that means. But then we talk about the imperial family and how there is now a last king. And then when Mr. Wilde's done, he points to Hildred and says, "Behold, the cousin of the king." And now the story makes sense. Louis matters because according to Mr. Wilde, Louis is the one who is to be the king of the imperial dynasty of America. But Hildred, probably at the fueling of Mr. Wilde, believes that Louis is unfit to be this last king. I mean, Louis doesn't even know about the dynasty or the king in yellow, right? So Hildred feels that he is fit for this throne, and he can't let Louis get in the way of that. And since in our first mention of the imperial dynasty of America, it says that in this prophecy, the king is to have an heir, then that explains why Hildred doesn't want Louis and Constance to get married, because then that makes Louis a step closer to becoming the king. Also, it doesn't seem that Hildred thinks he'll become the king in yellow, because earlier he says this king is fit to serve the king in yellow. So it seems that they view the king in yellow as a god or being to be worshipped, and this last king is just the agent of the king in yellow on earth who is supposed to lead an empire in the name of the king in yellow. Hildred clarifies this point about Louis when he says, "Controlling myself with a superhuman effort, I explained to Vance why I alone was worthy of the crown and why my cousin must be exiled or die. I made him understand that my cousin must never marry, even after renouncing all his claims, and how that least of all he should marry the daughter of the Marquis of Avonshire and bring England into the question. I showed him a list of thousands of names which Mr. Wilde had drawn up. Every man whose name was there had received the yellow sign which no living human being dared disregard. The city, the state, the whole land were ready to rise and tremble before the pallid mask." Again, a mask that Hildred saw himself wearing in the mirror earlier. And here we see where that mention of Hauberg being the Marquis of Avonshire earlier comes into play. See, Mr. Wilde was right about that piece of armor being found where it was in the city. But perhaps now he's only alleged Hauberg to be the Marquis of Avonshire because that means he's British. So if his daughter Constance marries Louis in this imperial dynasty of America, we'll also have an issue with British royalty times as if it's some kind of royal marriage. And of course, Hildred wants the throne to be his. He says the time had come, the people should know the son of Hastur, and the whole world bow to the black stars which hang in the sky over Carcosa. Again, we only see glimpses of what this King in Yellow story even is, but in a lot of adaptations, Hastur is either the name of the King in Yellow or one of the first kings on Earth who served the King in Yellow. So it seems here that Hildred is referring to himself as the son of Hastur. But then we get this haunting line when it says, Vance leaned on the table, his head buried in his hands. Mr. Wilde drew a rough sketch on the margin of yesterday's Herald with a bit of lead pencil. It was a plan of Hauberg's rooms. Then he wrote out the order and affixed the seal, and shaking like a palsied man, I signed my first writ of execution with my name, Hildred reqs. So it seems that the reason Vance is here is because Mr. Wilde is going to have him murder Hauberg and Constance so that they can't get in the way. And Hildred, believing himself to be a soon-to-be king, signs it with a king's seal. Also, reqs is Latin for king, so he's literally signing his name as Hildred King. After this, Hildred leaves and goes to Washington Square, where the lethal chamber is, to meet with Louis at midnight. There's this little passage here. I don't know what it might mean or what the symbolism could be, but I just like it. It says, I had eaten nothing since breakfast, but I was not hungry. A wretched, half-starved creature who stood looking across the street at the lethal chamber noticed me and came up to tell me a tale of misery. I gave him money. I don't know why. And he went away without thanking me. Maybe it's a bit of like Hildred's humanity poking through in the midst of this. Maybe it's because he thinks he's soon to be king, but just that little interaction, it adds spice to the story. I like it. Following this, it says an hour later, another outcast approached and whined his story. I had a blank bit of paper in my pocket on which was traced the yellow sign, and I handed it to him. He looked at it stupidly for a moment, and then with an uncertain glance at me, folded it with what seemed to me exaggerated care, and placed it in his bosom. Again, it seems that those who have gone mad know what the yellow sign is. Perhaps the reason the lethal chamber's here in the first place, or there's so many deranged people in the city, is because this book exists. While describing the beauty of the street at night, Hilbert compares it a lot to Hauberg's shop and the beauty he would see in the armor Hauberg would create. Again, perhaps it's a little bit of Hilbert's humanity poking out. He may not outright say it, but when his mind thinks of nice things, it thinks of moments from Hauberk's shop. Eventually, at midnight, Lewis meets Hilbert. The two of them go to sit at a bench, and Hilbert says that Lewis is looking at him suspiciously. Hilbert remarking, "He looked at me curiously, with the same searching glance which I hate and fear so in doctors." Again, another bit of animosity that Hilbert has to those who think him mad. Lewis then begins to speak. "Well, old chap," he inquired, "what can I do for you?" I drew from my pocket the manuscript and notes of the Imperial Dynasty of America, and looking him in the eye, said, "I will tell you. On your word as a soldier, promise me to read this manuscript from beginning to end without asking me a question. Promise me to read these notes in the same way, and promise me to listen to what I have to tell later." "I promise, if you wish it," he said pleasantly. "Give me the paper, Hildred." He began to read, raising his eyebrows with a puzzled, whimsical air, which made me tremble with suppressed anger. As he advanced, his eyebrows contracted, and his lips seemed to form the word rubbish. Then he looked slightly bored, but apparently for my sake read, with an attempt at interest, which presently ceased to be an effort. He started when, in the closely written pages, he came to his own name, and when he came to mine, he lowered the paper and looked sharply at me for a moment. But he kept his word and resumed his reading, and I let the half-formed question die on his lips unanswered. When he came to the end and read the signature of Mr. Wilde, he folded the paper carefully and returned it to me. I handed him the notes, and he settled back, pushing his fatigue cap up to his forehead with a boyish gesture which I remembered so well in school. I handed him the notes, and he settled back, pushing his fatigue cap up to his forehead with a boyish gesture which I remembered so well in school. I watched his face as he read, and when he finished, I took the notes with the manuscript and placed them in my pocket. Then I unfolded a scroll marked with the yellow sign. He saw the sign, but he did not seem to recognize it, and I called his attention to it somewhat sharply. Before we get into the rest of this interaction, again, there's a couple things that I find interesting. For one, it's so funny to have all of this hype built up around the Imperial Dynasty of America and how Hildred describes when he reads it, he's like shaking and on the verge of tears. And then Lewis gets it and he's like, this is lame. Because again, Lewis hasn't been exposed to the King in Yellow or Mr. Wilde's teachings. So to him, it's just a fantasy about world domination that doesn't make any sense. But there's also that quick mention from Hildred when he talks about the way Lewis pushes his cap up and says that he remembers it so well from school. Again, little pieces of Hildred poking out that make you sympathize with him as a mentally ill man who's been taken advantage of by either the King in Yellow, Mr. Wilde, or both. I mean, Lewis just read a manuscript that says he is supposed to be the king of the Royal Dynasty of America, so he's probably a little caught off guard. After Hildred shows him the yellow sign, the two continue. "Well," he said, off guard. After Hildred shows him the yellow sign, the two continue. "Well," he said, "I see it. What is it?" "It is the yellow sign," I said angrily. "Oh, that's it, is it?" said Lewis in that flattering voice which Dr. Archer used to employ with me and would probably have employed again had I not settled his affair for him. So earlier when Lewis was reading the manuscript, it says that he looks at Hildred sharply. And now when he's starting to talk, he's talking very flatteringly and very softly, and it seems that Lewis realizes Hildred is not okay. Probably thinking to himself that Hildred needs a lot of help, and right now might be dangerous. So keeping in mind that Lewis is now very aware of Hildred's state of mind and probably scared of him, the two continue. I kept my rage down and answered as steadily as possible. "Listen, you have engaged your word." "I'm listening, old chap," he replied soothingly. I began to speak very calmly. "Dr. Archer, having by some means become possessed of the secret of the imperial succession, attempted to deprive me of my right, alleging that because of a fall from my horse 4 years ago, I had become mentally deficient. He presumed from my horse 4 years ago, I had become mentally deficient. He presumed to place me under restraint in his own house in hopes of either driving me insane or poisoning me. I have not forgotten it. I visited him last night, and the interview was final. So it seems that Hildred did settle accounts with Dr. Archer as he murdered him yesterday. Lewis turned quite pale, but did not move. I resumed triumphantly. There are yet 3 people to be interviewed in the interest of Mr. Wilde and myself. They are my cousin, Lewis, Mr. Hawberk, and his daughter, Constance. Lewis sprang to his feet, and I arose also, and flung the paper marked with the yellow sign to the ground. "Oh, I don't need that to tell you what I have to say," I cried with a laugh of triumph. "You must renounce the crown to me. Do you hear? To me." Lewis looked at me with a startled air, but recovering himself, said kindly, Of course, I renounce what is it I must renounce?" "The crown," I said angrily. "Of course," he answered. "I renounce it. Come, old chap, I'll walk back to your rooms with you." "Don't try any of your doctor's tricks on me," I cried, trembling with fury. "Don't act as if you think I'm insane." "What nonsense," he replied. "Come, it's getting late, Hildred." "No," I shouted. "You must listen. You cannot marry. I forbid it. Do you hear? I forbid it. You shall renounce the crown, and in reward I grant you exile. But if you refuse, you shall die." He tried to calm me, but I was roused at last, and drawing my long knife, barred his way. Then I told him how they would find Dr. Archer in the cellar with his throat open, and I laughed in his face when I thought of Vance and his knife and the orders signed by me. "Ah, you are the king," I cried, "but I shall be king. Who are you to keep me from empire over all the habitable earth? I was born the cousin of a king, but I shall be king." Lewis stood white and rigid before me. Suddenly a man came running up 4th Street, entered the gate of the Lethal Temple, traversed the path to the bronze doors at full speed, and plunged into the death chamber with the cry of one demented. And I laughed until I wept tears, for I had recognized Vance and knew that Hawberk and his daughter were no longer in the way. Lewis is trying to agree to whatever Hildred has to say, and Hildred calls it out as the same way doctors used to speak to him. But as he's threatening Lewis, Vance runs into the lethal chamber, meaning Hawberk and Constance are already dead. "Go," I cried to Lewis. "You have ceased to be a menace. You will never marry Constance now, and if you marry anyone else in your exile, I will visit you as I did my doctor last night. Mr. Wilde takes charge of you tomorrow." When I turned and darted into South 5th Avenue, and with a cry of terror, Lewis dropped his belt and saber and followed me like the wind. I heard him close behind me at the corner of Bleecker Street, and I dashed into the doorway under Hawberk's sign. He cried, "Halt or I fire!" But when he saw that I flew up the stairs, leaving Hawberk shot below, he left me, and I heard him hammering and shouting at their doors as though it were possible to arouse the dead. Lewis was threatening to shoot him because he thought Hilbert was on his way to hurt Constance or Hawberk. But as soon as they get there and Hilbert makes his way up the Hilbert was ours, so it were possible to arouse the dead. Lewis was threatening to shoot him because he thought Hilbert was on his way to hurt Constance or Hawberk. But as soon as they get there and Hilbert makes his way up the staircase, Lewis loses interest because he just wants to make sure Constance is okay. But Hilbert, believing them to already be dead, makes his way to Mr. Wilde's apartment. Mr. Wilde's door was open, and I entered, crying, "It is done, it is done. Let the nations rise and look upon their king." But I could not find Mr. Wilde, so I went to the cabinet and took the splendid diadem from its case. Then I drew on the white silk robe embroidered with the yellow sign and placed the crown upon my head. At last I was king. King by my right in Hastur. King because I knew the mystery of the Hyades and my mind had sounded the depths of the lake of Hali. I was king. The first gray pencilings of dawn would raise a tempest which would shake 2 hemispheres. Then as I stood, my every nerve pitched to the highest tension, faint with the joy and splendor of my thought. Without, in the dark passage, a man groaned. Even though Hildred didn't do much other than explaining to Lewis that Lewis was now in exile and that Hildred was now the rightful king, Hildred believes that he has taken passage, a man groaned. Even though Hildred didn't do much other than explaining to Louis that Louis was now in exile and that Hildred was now the rightful king, Hildred believes that he has taken the throne. But while standing there in his regalia, he hears a man groaning in the hallway, and it turns out that that is Mr. Wilde, who has been mauled almost to death by his cat. So in fury, Hildred takes a knife, murders the cat, and then goes over to Mr. Wilde, and the first story ends with these lines. Mr. Wilde lay on the floor with his throat torn open. At first I thought he was dead, but as I looked, a green sparkle came into his sunken eyes. His mutilated hand trembled, and then a spasm stretched his mouth from ear to ear. For a moment my terror and despair gave place to hope, but as I bent over him, his eyeballs rolled clean around in his head. And then a spasm stretched his mouth from ear to ear. For a moment my terror and despair gave place to hope, but as I bent over him, his eyeballs rolled clean around in his head, and he died. Then while I stood, transfixed with rage and despair, seeing my crown, my empire, every hope and every ambition, my very life, lying prostrate there with the dead master, they came, seized me from behind, and bound me until my veins stood out like cords and my voice failed with the paroxysms of my frenzied screams. But I still raged, bleeding and infuriated among them, and more than one policeman felt my sharp teeth. Then, when I could no longer move, they came near. I saw old Hawberk, and behind him my cousin Louis' ghastly face, and farther away, in the corner a woman, Constance, weeping softly. "Ah, I see it now!" I shrieked. "You have seized the throne and the empire. Woe, woe to you who are crowned with the crown of the King in Yellow." And then finally an editor's note that reads, "Mr. Castaigne died yesterday in the asylum for the criminally insane." So it seems that finally Mr. Wilde was mauled to death by his cat. Again, if you take the interpretation that the cat isn't real, we do get that image of Hildred standing above him furious holding a knife. Maybe Hildred thought he stabbed the cat when in actuality he stabbed Mr. Wilde, or maybe the maulings that were happening to Mr. Wilde were due to Hildred. However you want to interpret that. I think it's funnier if the guy just got his throat ripped open by his cat. But of course, considering the commotion that was happening, the police came and arrested Hildred. And thankfully, it seems that Hawberk and Constance lived. I mean, Vance was so mad it wasn't surprising that he didn't follow through on the execution. Instead, he simply drove himself insane and ran into the lethal chamber. So thankfully, even though, Hildred went to an asylum and then died, it seemed that Lewis and Constance got their happy ending. That's something I kind of like about Chambers. He's credited with being like an early horror author, but a lot of the stories that he has written, especially the next one we're going to talk about, are very romantic in nature. And he seems to abstain from killing the young lovers or killing like the romance within a story. So while they get a happy ending, Hildred not so much. He goes to an asylum and then dies shortly after. Now, if you view this first story in isolation, it almost seems like the King in Yellow is simply an idea that Mr. Wilde planted into Hildred's head. There's never any supernatural elements. Mr. Wilde was just manipulating an unwell man to get what he wants, through all this talk of grandeur and kings and old legends and prophecy. I mean, for all we know, Mr. Wilde just didn't like Constance or Hawberk because they made fun of him for being weird and called him crazy. So he convinced a mentally ill guy to go with this whole scheme that would get them killed. However, due to other stories we're going to read later, the King in Yellow certainly does have some supernatural properties. And we see greater effects of this in the world around Hildred. I mean, as crazy as he was, the government still built a lethal chamber in the middle of New York City. So while I do think Mr. Wilde was being manipulative, I think The King in Yellow, the actual story, was being manipulative as well. In later short stories, we're going to see how the story preys on the mentally sound, but here we see that the mentally unwell are incredibly susceptible. Was being manipulative as well. In later short stories, we're going to see how the story preys on the mentally sound, but here we see that the mentally unwell are incredibly susceptible to the story. They not only believe it and become obsessed with it, but they become agents of it. We get the mention earlier that Mr. Wilde was in an asylum, so while I think he was manipulative to some degree, he also could have been completely mad and acting on behalf of the King in Yellow mimetic entity itself. I mean, we get the mention earlier in the story that his face was very yellowed and sickly. Maybe the story has had just as great of an effect on Mr. Wilde as it did on Hildred. And what everyone else around them sees as Mr. Wilde being a manipulative man taking advantage of an unwell man, it could in actuality be the King in Yellow taking advantage of both of them. It's a fascinating story that was very ahead of its time, with an unreliable narrator who describes things to us that don't actually seem to be that way. Little character mentions of like things that Lewis says or things that Hawberk says. It's very well written and a good introduction to this King in Yellow concept. And again, gives us a lot of ideas of this fictional play we'll see more of. Things like Hastur and Carcosa and Ythil. Things to keep in mind as we move into the other stories within this book. Now, our first story is different from the other stories in The King in Yellow. Once again, Chambers, The King in Yellow. As the first story is the only one that is explicitly about the Forgotten Play, and all the other stories are seemingly romance or slice of life stories that the King in Yellow intrudes on. Everything that happened in that first story was a result of Hildred reading the story and then everything that followed after. Whereas now we see what happens when people run into the play. Regardless, our second story, The Mask, opens with another excerpt from The King in Yellow. Camilla says, "You, sir, should unmask." The stranger says, "Indeed." Casilda replies, "Indeed it's time. We all have laid aside disguise, but you." Stranger says, "I wear no mask." To which Camilla, terrified, turns to Casilda and says, "No mask? No mask." And we are told that this is from The King in Yellow, Act 1, Scene 2. So this is the same Camilla that Hildred said was screaming at the end of Act 1. Maybe this series of events is what leads to her screaming. So we know that Camilla and Casilda are two different characters from within the play. And Camilla is terrified that the stranger isn't wearing a mask. Again, we only get small excerpts, but there's some different ways to interpret this. Maybe this was at some kind of ball or masquerade, and perhaps the stranger in reference is either the King in Yellow, or if the king is some godlike being, maybe Hastur. And Camilla believes the stranger to be wearing a pallid mask or the visage of the king, only for him to reveal that he wears no mask, meaning the person standing before her may be the originator of the pallid mask, or at least the thing that the pallid mask signifies. Regardless, we make our way into the second short story, The Mask, which for the most part is about a love triangle. But of course there's a weird science fiction twist to it that appears in the opening paragraph. Although I knew nothing of chemistry, I listened fascinated. He picked up an Easter lily which Genevieve had brought that morning from Notre Dame and dropped it into the basin. Opening paragraph. Although I knew nothing of chemistry, I listened fascinated. He picked up an Easter lily which Genevieve had brought. Nothing of. There's a weird science fiction twist to it that appears in the opening paragraph. Although I knew nothing of chemistry, I listened fascinated. He picked up an Easter lily which Genevieve had brought that morning from Notre Dame and dropped it into the basin. Instantly, liquid lost its crystalline clearness. For a second, the lily was enveloped in a milk-white foam, which disappeared, leaving the fluid opalescent. Changing tints of orange and crimson played over the surface, and then what seemed to be a ray of pure sunlight struck through from the bottom where the lily was resting. At the same instant, he plunged his hand into the basin and drew out the flower. "There is no danger," he explained. "If you choose the right moment, that golden ray is the signal." He held the lily toward me, and I took it in my hand. It had turned to stone, to the purest marble. "You see," he said, "it is without flaw. What sculptor could reproduce it?" The marble was white as snow, but in its depths the veins of the lily were tinged with palest azure, and a faint flush lingered deep in its heart. "Don't ask me the reason for that," he smiled, noticing my wonder. "I have no idea why the veins and heart are tinted, but they always are. Yesterday, I tried one of Genevieve's goldfish. There it is." The fish looked as if sculptured in marble, but if you held it to the light, the stone was beautifully veined with a faint blue, and from somewhere within came a rosy light like the tint which slumbers in an opal. I looked into the basin. Once more, it seemed filled with clearest crystal. So a sculptor, whose name we'll later learn is Boris, is speaking to our protagonist, who we'll later know as Alec, and Boris is showing Alec this new serum he has created. It appears as crystal clear water, but if any living thing is dropped into it, it immediately turns to marble. with light blue striations where the veins used to be and a small glow at its center. It seems that whenever something living is dropped into the bath after this chemical reaction takes place, a beam of light comes up from the bath, which allows the marble creation to be taken out. Alec asked Boris what would happen if he put his hand in the solution before the orange beam showed through, and Boris says he doesn't know, but Alec probably shouldn't try it. It seems that Boris has created a chemical that turns living things to stone, or more specifically, perfect marble statues of themselves. The two theorize that perhaps the golden beam that comes up from the solution is the soul or life force of the creature that has now been turned to marble. Boris then remarks to Alec, "Stay to lunch. Genevieve will be here directly." "I saw her going to early mass," I said, "and she looked as fresh and sweet as that lily before you destroyed it." "Do you think I destroyed it?" said Boris gravely. "Destroyed, preserved, how can we tell?" Boris is married to a woman named Genevieve, and as we can see here, Alec also thinks Genevieve beautiful. Boris doesn't seem to take offense to this comment, as we'll later see the three of them are close friends. Perhaps a little too close, I might argue. From their conversation, we learned that Alec is a painter, and as shown to us, Boris is a sculptor of marble. Last year at an art gallery, he made a marble carving of Madonna. The statue was highly praised and sought after, but it made Boris nervous about what he's going to follow it up with. Alec also mentions that in Boris's studio is an unfinished rendition of the Fates. The Fates are a pretty common motif, especially within things like statues or artwork that has Greek influence. They're normally depicted as three women creating the three stages of life. The first, creating one's life from birth. The second, deciding the events that will occur throughout someone's life. And the third being the predestination of that person's death. This is normally depicted as the three women knitting together a tapestry of some kind. So the first one is getting the yarn together, the second is designing the pattern, and the third is cutting the cord. There's a mention in the Repair of Reputations that in front of the lethal chamber was a statue of the Fates, which is kind of darkly poetic to put in front of the place where people go to end their own life, a statue that says one's death is determined for them at the beginning. But if you'll also remember in the Repair of Reputations, it says that those Fates were created by a sculptor named Boris Yvain. And that is the Boris that we're reading about now, who is friends with Alec in The Mask. And if you'll also remember from our first story, Boris died at 23 years old. And in the story we're reading now, Boris is 23 years old. While that might be a bit of spoiler for things to come, I think it's important to point out thematically. The entire idea of the Fates is that at one's birth, everything that will happen to them in life and the time of their death is already decided. That's why the Fates come up a lot in stories that deal with concepts of predestination and free will. But because of Boris's creation in the first story, a group of statues that symbolize the predestination of death, they already give away what happens to him in the story we're reading before he's even dead. It's almost like by his free will to create these statues that represent predestination in our original tale, the context we're given signs his death certificate to the story we're reading now. The Fates will also matter to this story as well in a very literal way. You could even say that it's set in stone. Our protagonist Alec's love of Genevieve becomes very apparent on the third page. Perhaps my being in love with Genevieve had something to do with his affection for me. Not that it had ever been acknowledged between us, but after all was settled, and she had told me with tears in her eyes that it was Boris whom she loved, I went over to his house and congratulated him. The perfect cordiality of that interview did not deceive either of us, I always believed, although to one, at least, it was a great comfort. I do not think he and Genevieve ever spoke of the matter together, but Boris knew. Genevieve was lovely. The Madonna-like purity of her face might have been inspired by the Sanctus in Gonod's Mass, but I was always glad when she changed that mood for what we called her April maneuvers. She was often as variable as an April day. In the morning grave, dignified and sweet, at noon laughing, capricious, at evening whatever one least expected. I preferred her so rather than in that Madonna-like tranquility which stirred the depths of my heart. I was dreaming of Genevieve when he spoke. So it seemed that at some point Alec and Boris both loved Genevieve, until one day Genevieve tells Alec with tears in her eyes that it's Boris whom she loves. And seemingly Alec went along with that because he was friends with both of them and wanted them to be happy, but it is very apparent that those emotions are hard to kill. I think it's perfectly fine if one of your boys dates or marries a pretty girl and you say something to him like, "Good job, dude," or "That one's a keeper," but maybe don't say she has a Madonna-like tranquility tranquility that inspires sanctums in masses, and also that you are, dreaming about her, because that would be weird. While Alec is thinking of Boris's wife, Boris is thinking about the soup he made that turns things to stone. And Boris says, I shall make no use of it, beyond satisfying my own curiosity so far as maybe, and the secret will die with me. It would be rather a blow to sculpture, would it not? We painters lose more than we ever gain by photography. Boris nodded, playing with the edge of his chisel. This new discovery would corrupt the world of art. No, I shall never confide the secret to anyone, he said slowly. It's funny, for one, that Boris isn't thinking about the implications of turning living things to stone. Instead, he is worried about the effect it will have on the world of art. As they're talking, Boris says he has created a new element, and when Alec asks what he's named it, Boris says, oh, I haven't thought of naming it, and I don't believe I ever shall. There are enough precious metals now in the world to cut throats over. I pricked up my ears. Have you struck gold, Boris? No, better. But see here, Alec, he laughed, starting up. You and I have all we need in this world. Ah, how sinister and covetous you look already. I laughed too and told him I was devoured by the desire for gold, and we had better talk of something else. So when Genevieve came in shortly after, we had turned our backs on alchemy. It's funny how the scene's written right after Boris accuses Alec jokingly of being covetous of what Boris possesses, only for Alec to then turn the story back to Genevieve. He follows this up by saying, Genevieve was dressed in silvery gray from head to foot. The light glinted along the soft curves of her fair hair as she turned her cheek to Boris. Then she saw me and returned my greeting. She had never before failed to blow me a kiss from the tips of her white fingers, and I promptly complained of the omission. She smiled and held out her hand, which dropped almost before it had touched mine. Then she said, looking at Boris, You must ask Alec to stay for luncheon. This also was something new. She had always asked me herself until today. I understand that the three of them are really close, but I can't wrap my head around if I was hanging out with like a friend of mine and my wife came in and my friend was like, why haven't you blown me a kiss yet? You always blow me kisses. I think I would beat him to death, especially if I knew my friend had feelings for her previously before we got married, but 1890s, I guess. That's also something I should clarify. The Repair of Reputations was set in 1920 New York City, so just in the future from when Chambers was writing in 1890. This story seems to be set in 1890, but in France. That also makes sense because if Boris is 23 here and, about to die, spoilers, his statues have to somehow wind up in New York City 25 years later in front of the lethal chamber. Genevieve goes into another room and Boris and Alec discuss that she's acting kind of odd. When it then says, while we were discussing the advisability of my departure, Genevieve reappeared in the doorway without her bonnet. She was wonderfully beautiful, but her color was too deep and her lovely eyes were too bright. She came straight up to me and took my arm. Luncheon is ready. Was I cross, Alec? I thought I had a headache, but I haven't. Come here, Boris. And she slipped her other arm through his. Alec knows that after you, there is no one in the world whom I like as well as I like him. So if he sometimes feels snubbed, it won't hurt him. And then at the end it says, arm in arm we raced into the dining room, scandalizing the servants. After all, we were not so much to blame. Genevieve was 18, Boris was 23, and I not quite 21. Okay, so going back to the example from earlier, if my friend did the whole where's my hug thing to my wife about not blowing him a kiss, and then my wife came out of the room and put her arm through his arm and then told me that there's no one in the world other than me that she cares for as much as my friend, I think I would kill both of them. Again, it's very cutesy and all, but Boris is ignoring a lot of warning signs, things that he will pay for in a moment. And we also see a mention of these April maneuvers that Alec was talking about earlier, when Genevieve will go from one high to a low to another emotion back and forth. She goes from kind of ignoring Alec to saying that Alec is her second favorite person in the world. But again, the three of them are effectively kids, and it seems that even though there is some unrequited love, they're all enjoying a good life around each other. Something that is sure to become a problem when the King in Yellow becomes involved. It's established that Boris and Genevieve live in a sort of hotel. Or if they don't live there, it's at least an artist studio that Boris has that occupies a lot of his time. And within this hotel, Boris has a room that is like a big indoor bath where there's these beautiful like marble sculptures along the edge of the room, and then in the center is a sunken pool. While in this room, Alec teases Boris, pretending to be a sculpture of Cupid that Boris is working on. And while joking around, Boris almost pushes Alec into the pool in the middle of the room before remembering that he filled the pool with the solution. Alec says, "In heaven's name, why do you keep a small lake of that gruesome stuff here of all places?" I asked. "I want to experiment on something large." A big indoor bath where there's these beautiful like marble sculptures along the edge of the room, and then in the center is a sunken pool. While in this room, Alec teases Boris, pretending to be a sculpture of Cupid that Boris is working on. And while joking around, Boris almost pushes Alec into the pool in the middle of the room before remembering that he filled the pool with the solution. Alec says, "In heaven's name, why do you keep a small lake of that gruesome stuff here of all places?" I asked. "I want to experiment on something large," he replied. "On me, for instance?" That came too close for jesting, but I do want to watch the action of that solution on a more highly organized living body. "There's that big white rabbit," he said, following me into the studio. So here we see a little bit of hypocrisy trickling through from Boris. He discovered this solution, this new element as he called it, in some unexplained way, which I have my theories on later. But he says that solution will only cause problems and the secret of how it is made should die with him. Only for us to now see him making more of the stuff to try to convert even larger things into marble sculptures. Even though he recognizes this new invention as a bad thing, he can't stop himself from wanting to learn more about it. Sound like any other piece of knowledge in these stories that people shouldn't read but feel compelled to? In addition to Boris and Alec, there's a third artist working within this hotel as well, a painter named Jack Scott. Keep the name Jack Scott in mind for a story that comes later. After he's done working that day, Alec decides to go to a smoking room inside of the hotel, and while laying on a couch, he falls asleep. The story then says this on page 40. "I awoke to the saddest music I have ever heard. The room was quite dark, and I had no idea what time it was. A ray of moonlight silvered one edge of the old spinet, and the polished wood seemed..." And while laying on a couch, he falls asleep. The story then says this on page 40. "I awoke to the saddest music I have ever heard. The room was quite dark, and I had no idea what time it was. A ray of moonlight silvered one edge of the old spinet, and the polished wood seemed to exhale the sounds as perfume floats above a box of sandalwood. Someone rose in the darkness and came away weeping quietly, and I was fool enough to cry out, 'Genevieve?' She dropped at my voice, and I had time to curse myself while I made a light and tried to raise her from the floor. She shrank away with a murmur of pain. She was very quiet and asked for Boris. I carried her to the divan and went to look for him, but he was not in the house, and the servants were gone to bed. Perplexed and anxious, I hurried back to Genevieve. She lay where I had left her, looking very white. 'I can't find Boris nor any of the servants,' I said. 'I know,' she answered faintly. 'Boris has gone to Ept with Mr. Scott. I did not remember when I sent you for him just now.' 'But he can't get back in that case before tomorrow afternoon. Are you hurt? Did I frighten you into falling? What an awful fool I am, but I was only half awake. Boris thought you had gone home before dinner. Do please excuse us for letting you stay here all this time.' 'I have had a long nap,' I laughed. 'So sound that I did not know whether I was still asleep or not when I found myself staring at a figure that was moving toward me and called out your name. Have you been trying the old spinet? You must have played very softly.' I would tell 1,000 more lies worse than that one to see the look of relief that came into her face. She smiled adorably and said in her natural voice, 'Alec, I tripped on the wolf's head, and I think my ankle is sprained. Please call Marie and then go home.' I did as she bade me and left her there when the maid came in. So Alec fell asleep at their house and awoke in the night to see Genevieve crying and playing the spinet, or in other words, a kind of piano. But when he calls out to her, she falls to the ground, and after talking, he says that he was still foggy and didn't know if he was awake or not and couldn't really tell what he saw, not wanting Genevieve to know that he heard her crying. Genevieve seems very troubled about something, but for now Alec doesn't pry. However, the next day when Alec goes to see Boris, Boris says that not only is Genevieve's ankle sprained, but that she has a fever and won't wake up. And while speaking of Genevieve, Boris says, "I should say so, and has actually been a little lightheaded at intervals all night. The idea, gay little Genevieve, without a care in the world. And she keeps saying her heart's broken and she wants to die." Now, as mentioned earlier, Genevieve seems to have these strong mood swings. But having a fever like this and saying she wants to die from heartbreak is odd even for her. Boris seems furious by this. His wife is sick and he can't do anything for her. Also, I keep using the word wife because we know that Genevieve and Boris are committed to each other. It's not explicitly said that they're married, but they're at least living together or close enough. Boris is pacing around very upset and decides to do something. Suddenly, he started for the next room. "Come and see my rose-colored bath full of death," he cried. "Is it death?" I asked, pacing around very upset and decides to do something. Suddenly, he started for the next room. "Come and see my rose-colored bath full of death," he cried. "Is it death?" I asked, to humor his mood. "You are not prepared to call it life, I suppose," he answered. As he spoke, he plucked a solitary goldfish squirming and twisting out of its globe. "We'll send this one after the other, wherever that is," he said. And sure enough, Boris throws the goldfish into the large pool of the solution, and the goldfish, once again, in the bubbling water and the ray of light, is turned to marble. I also really like that exchange where Alex says, "Is it death?" And Boris says, "You are not prepared to call it life." And then before he throws the goldfish, saying, "We'll send this one after the other, wherever that is." Because yeah, they could be talking about, the afterlife, eternity or whatever, or just whatever this form of death or not death is he's doing to living creatures. "Child's play," he muttered, and looked warily, longingly at me, as if I could answer such questions. But Jack Scott came in and entered into the game, as he called it, with our door. Nothing would do but to try the experiment on the white rabbit then and there. I was willing that Boris should find distraction from his cares, but I hated to see the life go out of a warm, living creature, and I declined to be present. Alec isn't going to stop him from doing this, but he doesn't want to see the rabbit turned into a statue. So Alec decides to distract his time. And how does he do that? Picking up a book at random, I sat down in the studio to read. Alas, I found The King in Yellow. And there we go. The story now tying into ours. After a few moments, which seemed ages, I was putting it away with a nervous shudder when Boris and Jack came in bringing their marble rabbit. At the same time, the bell rang above, and a cry came from the sick room. Boris was gone like a flash, and the next moment he called, "Jack, run for the doctor, bring him back with you. Alec, come here." So we don't know yet what effect the King in Yellow had on Alec, but we already have signs of how it's affected Boris and Genevieve. Again, the book was in the studio of their house, so it's likely one or both of them read it. I think Boris read it for sure. I mean, he's come up with this solution that turns living things to stone. And he says the process to make it was incredibly easy, that he doesn't know how scientists haven't done it yet. In our first story, we saw how the King in Yellow affects those whose minds are long gone. But to artists, to those of a sound mind, it seems like it just gives ideas or influences. It didn't turn Boris to madness, but it did give him the idea to make this solution that turns things to marble that he has become obsessed with. And earlier in the story, we're told that Genevieve loved Boris, but now she seems to be deeply unhappy, perhaps another effect of the book. And now Alec has read it. So what does that mean for him? I went and stood at her door. A frightened maid came out in haste and ran away to fetch some remedy. Genevieve, sitting bolt upright with crimson cheeks and glittering eyes, babbled incessantly and resisted Boris's gentle restraint. He called me to help. At my first touch, she sighed and sank back, closing her eyes. Then, as we still bent above her, she opened them again, looked straight into Boris's face, poor fever-crazed girl, and told her secret. At the same instant, our 3 lives turned into new channels. The bond that held us so long together snapped forever, and a new bond was forged in its place. For she had spoken my name. And as the fever tortured her, her heart poured out its load of hidden sorrow. Amazed and dumb, I bowed my head, while my face burned like a live coal, and the blood surged in my ears, stupefying me with its clamor. Incapable of movement, incapable of speech, I listened to her feverish words in an agony of shame and sorrow. I could not silence her. I could not look at Boris. Then I felt an arm upon my shoulder, and Boris turned a bloodless face to mine. "It's not your fault, Alec. Don't grieve so if she loves you." He could not finish, and as the doctor stepped swiftly into the room, saying, "Ah, the fever," I seized Jack's Doctor stepped swiftly into the room, saying, "Ah, the fever." I seized Jack Scott and hurried him to the street, saying, "Boris would rather be alone." We crossed the street to our own apartments, and that night, seeing I was going to be ill too, he went for the doctor again. The last thing I seized Jack Scott and hurried him to the street, saying, "Boris would rather be alone." We crossed the street to our own apartments, and that night, seeing I was going to be ill too, he went for the doctor again. The last thing I recollect with any distinctness was hearing Jack say, "For heaven's sake, doctor, what ails him to wear a face like that?" And I thought of the King in Yellow and the pallid mask. If Boris was given the gentle push to simply think of this chemical that can turn life to stone, if that was the evil influence that was inserted into his life, then we see the evil influence that was inserted into Genevieve and now Alec's life. Genevieve loved Boris, and it seemed was perfectly happy with the situation the three had. Until recently, she suddenly wasn't. She gets ill, says that she's dying from heartbreak, and as soon as Alec reads The King in Yellow, she makes her feelings known. While we don't know exactly what she says, she looks Boris in the face and confesses her love for Alec. And now Alec, under The King in Yellow's influence, sees that his best friend's wife is in love with him. And as we know, he's always had feelings for her. And once again, we get a mention from Jack Scott that Alec has adopted a pale face. A pallid face, much like the pallid mask. And it's not the strain of the story that has caused him to become sick, it is what Genevieve told him. What is making him sick is the thing that the King in Yellow inserted into his life. The knowledge that his friend's wife truly loves him. And we see that now all of those emotions that Alec had previously pushed away and didn't feel right to bring up are all coming to the surface. What is making him sick is the thing that the King in Yellow inserted into his life. The knowledge that his friend's wife truly loves him. And we see that now all of those emotions that Alec had previously pushed away and didn't feel right to bring up are all coming to the surface. I was very ill. For the strain of 2 years which I had endured since the fatal May morning when Genevieve murmured, "I love you, but I think I love Boris best," told on me at last. I had never imagined that it could become more than I could endure. Outwardly tranquil, I had deceived myself. Although the inward battle raged night after night, and I, lying alone in my room, cursed myself for rebellious thoughts unloyal to Boris and unworthy of Genevieve, the morning always brought relief. And I returned to Genevieve and to my dear Boris with a heart washed clean by the tempest of the night. Never in word or deed or thought while with them had I betrayed my sorrow even to myself. The mask of self-deception was no longer a mask for me. It was a part of me. Night lifted it, laying bare the stifled truth below. But there was no one to see except myself. And when the day broke, the mask fell back again of its own accord. These thoughts passed through my troubled mind as I lay sick. But they were hopelessly entangled with visions of white creatures, heavy as stone, crawling about in Boris's basin, of the wolf's head on the rug, foaming crawling about in Boris's basin, of the wolf's head on the rug, foaming and snapping at Genevieve, who lay smiling beside it. I thought, too, of the King in Yellow, wrapped in the fantastic colors of his tattered mantle, and that bitter cry of Casilda. "Not upon us, O King, not upon us." Feverishly I struggled to put it from me, but I saw the lake of Hali, thin and blank, without a ripple or wind to stir it. And I saw the towers of Carcosa behind the moon. Aldebaran, the Hyades, Alar, towers of Carcosa behind the moon. Aldebaran, the Hyades, Alar, Hastur, glided through the cloud rifts which fluttered and flapped as they passed like the scalloped tatters of the King in Yellow. Among all these, one sane thought persisted.
here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's
fucking Heliopolis today.
Imagine a world that seems normal. Nothing odd happens, everything's peaceful until you play for longer. Players join your solo world, build houses until you play for longer. Players join your solo world, build houses next to you, creatures start following you, and nothing is what it seems. Today, the Broken Script got a huge add-on and we're gonna conquer it. So sit back, relax, and please enjoy the video. Okay, so you know the mod is bad when this is the first thing that you see when you load the game. Just my screen constantly freaking out. I guess we'll just get into this. Oh, and yeah, you really know it's great when the game mode is go away. Okay, well, let's load into this. So, yeah, this is an add-on for the Broken Script. I guess I can configure what happens. World, no crashing, no window shaking. Okay, I suppose this is fine. I will make it so my world could get deleted and I could get banned. I will do that. Yeah, that should be interesting. Okay. Yeah, let's start by getting wood. So the only thing I know about this mod is that it's just an add-on for the Broken Script, and apparently makes it a lot scarier and a lot crazier. I don't really know exactly right now what that means, but I'm sure we'll figure it out as we go. And honestly, this is a really good spawn because I'm by a bunch of trees, I'm by a bunch of animals. This is pretty good. Nice, we got a stone pickaxe. This is pretty cool to come back to the broken script too, because we haven't played the broken script in a super long time, and I didn't think we would ever play it again other than the new update. There is a new update coming out for it, and I know for a fact we're going to play that when it comes out, but I didn't think somebody would make an add-on for it. That's super interesting. Oh? Why did I just get an achievement for this? Okay. I don't know what that is. The thing with this is, too, I don't remember what's from the original broken script and what's necessarily new. So there's going to be a bunch of things that I've probably seen before, but I just don't recognize since it's been so long. I think it's been around a year since I've originally played the broken script, which is crazy to think about. Okay, that was absolutely worth it to mine all that coal. We now have 43. Wait, someone left the game. What the heck is that? Okay. Surely there's nothing up out of this hole, right? I'm gonna make a furnace as well. And that's all I'll make for now. Everything looks normal up here. Everything looks fine. I'm gonna kill these pigs. That's the great thing about the broken script too, is it takes you back to old Minecraft. So then I can literally just spam this and I don't have to wait for the hit delay. Oh, there's actually so many animals. Oh, this is so good. I feel like we're decent on food for the time being, so I'm just gonna go around and get a bunch of wood. This will probably take me some time, but for y'all it'll take a couple seconds. What? Wait. Dude. Oh no, I don't like that at all. It just popped up good luck on my screen for like a second. I don't like that at all. Okay, maybe we go down here for the night. I actually do have enough stuff to make a bed. I could make a bed and we could try to go to sleep. The question is, will the game actually let me go to sleep? Because there is a real possibility that it just doesn't, and it kicks me out of the bed when I try. Oh god, why would it say good luck? Is it telling me the mod is going to start now? Typically the broken script is like it's like a slow burn type of mod. So it takes a while for stuff to happen. But with this add-on, it could have made it so stuff happens immediately. Yeah, let's see. Can we go to sleep? It looks like I can't. Oh. Oh. What? It doesn't matter. Oh, no. Wait, they actually trolled me. They made me think I was going to sleep. But it just kicks you out? Or it doesn't let you properly sleep? Oh, no. Okay, well, that's something new. You literally cannot sleep in this mod. Okay. I'm gonna keep running around and getting stuff. That's copper. I don't really care for that. Oh, God. Is there any iron around? Yeah, there's some right there. Okay. We'll get that. This is always good. This can be good armor. Also, am I playing on the version of the game? I don't know if I am. Playing on the version where there's copper armor? I don't know, we'll see. Oh god! Wait, it just turned daytime. Oh, so it just randomly turns from daytime to nighttime? I mean, it's interesting. That Enderman over there is so creepy. Here, I'm gonna get that apple, actually. Nice. Okay. A little bit more food. That's always good. I think I am gonna go down here, place the furnace, smelt this, and we'll just see. I think I'm playing on 1.21.4. I don't remember when copper armor got added to the game. Those recipes in the top right don't really look promising, honestly. Is that a thing? Copper... Oh god, I don't think copper armor is a thing. That's so weird. Most of these horror mods are for like older versions. So, and copper armor is a pretty new thing. So yeah, I don't think this has copper armor. But, I guess I'll test it. May as well. Copper ingots. Yeah, no, that's not a thing. Well, I got copper for no reason, but that's okay. This cave could go pretty deep though. It looks like it does actually go decently deep. Oh yeah, absolutely. So the scariest thing for me in the original Broken Script, there was an entity. I don't remember the name of it. I don't know if I ever knew the name of it. But there was an entity in the original Broken Script that actually gave me a heart attack. I don't know why I'm saying actually, because clearly it didn't actually. In the original Okay. Okay. Alright. There was an entity in the original Broken Script. It's not that one, although I do think that's really cool. There was an entity in the original Broken Script. It's not that one, although I do think that's really cool. Oh, nice iron. That would mine towards you. And it wouldn't just make the sound of mining towards you. Like, there was actually an entity that would mine. And then it would, like, show up in front of you and run after you. That was so scary. A long, long, long time ago. Some of y'all may remember this. I played a mod pack where I added the Broken Script. Oh, Jesus. Oh, just lost that. Dude, this is so sketchy. Mining right next... No! No, you're kidding. No, dude. Wait, this is so cooked too. Wait, my actual render distance is cooked. For some reason, I thought that it just went in my settings and lowered my render distance, but it's like, it just added fog. Oh no, I don't even know where I was at this point. Oh, dude, please don't tell me I lost literally all my stuff. Oh, no, my iron. Oh, God, at least I have food. And I have a bed. It could have been way worse. It really could have been way worse. Oh, I lost my iron, though, and my torches. I just realized that. And, like, a stack of coal. Dude, no way. I lost a stack of coal. I'm pretty sure I had a stack in 13. And, of course, I keep the 13. I mean, it's better than nothing. But, dude, that sucks. Oh, no. I left it all in here. Oh, my gosh. Okay. I just had a heart... Dude, I was so worried. I'm also going to get this off. Okay, okay, okay. My... Oh, I lost my wood, I think. I think I lost all my wood. Yeah, let's go ahead and get some more wood before we go down. I feel like that's a good idea because it's daytime right now. We can get up here, get some more wood for sticks, and then go back down. Oh, it just updated. Now I can actually see. Oh, it just updated. Now I can actually see. Of course it would do that right after I died. The craziest part is that I literally was sitting there when I broke the block right next to the lava, and I was waiting for the lava to move. It didn't move for the longest time, so I was like, oh, okay, it's just not going to go down there. And then right when I go down, it goes down there and kills me. Okay. Okay, now I can turn this into this. Turn all that into sticks. Nice. Okay, now we have torches. I also feel like I should get this too. Okay, okay, we back. Oh, there's iron on the ceiling. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Here, come on, skeleton. Come on, skeleton. This is the real horror mod. And nobody's ready for that conversation. Dude, the skeletons are like the scariest thing in this game, I swear. Okay, maybe it was a good thing that I died because I would have missed that iron. No, it definitely wasn't a good thing. I'm totally coping when I say that. There was nothing good about dying. Although, I'm going to do this, and that, and that. And now no lava. Yeah, I should get here. Okay. Should be able to get these two fine. This one's going to be a little difficult, but I think... Oh, well, it burnt. Okay, well. Cool. First death due to lava. Write it down, everybody. Oh, nice, more iron. I feel like whenever you play Minecraft, this is the strategy that you should do. You should immediately go down in the caves and get geared up before anything happens. I mean, in the regular vanilla version of this game, this makes sense, but especially with horror mods. Because with horror mods, it typically takes a little bit for them to come out, and I feel like by the time they come out, you want to get a little geared up. Instead of like going above, building a house, you know, doing all that stuff. That should kind of be like your end game, is building a house. At the beginning of the game, I feel like you should try to get armor, get as much iron as possible, get food, all that stuff. Like, I am finding so much iron. It's actually crazy. I literally, I need 2 more pieces, and then I have enough for a full set of armor. I will say, that effect that made a bunch of fog be on my screen, and it didn't turn down my render distance, that's new. In the past, it used to turn down your render distance, and I remember in the first video I ever made about the broken script, people got mad at me for that, because I didn't think that it went in my settings and turned my render distance down, which, I mean, that's a separate conversation. Like, some of the things that people get upset about is, like, so crazy, because why would I ever think that the game went in my options and turned down my render distance? You know, like, I just assumed that it was some filter, or, maybe filter's not the right word, but, you know, something that just turned fog everywhere, I suppose. Because I never played a mod before that messed with your settings. So my first instinct wasn't like, oh my gosh, it turned down my settings. But y'all, hey man, y'all definitely made me hear that. What? But y'all, hey man, y'all definitely made me hear that. What? Why'd I just look in the wall? Okay. You know, this may be a bad place to be. Wait, I can't use my furnace. Wait, what? It won't let me right click on my furnace. Or my crafting table. Wait, what's happening? Wait, that was weird. Did y'all see me when I came out? My character, like, did that? I never clicked. I don't know why my character did that. But I literally can't go in the furnace. Oh god. Okay. I feel like that smiley face had something to do with that. Me not being able to interact with my items. Oh. What just happened? What just happened? Okay, it made everything foggy again. Okay, that's what I thought. I just wasn't sure. Dude, I need to go in my furnace, though. We have enough for armor. Oh, I can. Okay. Nice. Let's do that, and then let's do over here. Wow, I don't have, like, any cobblestone. That's actually crazy. Oh, there is a mine here with more iron. Okay. I was gonna make another furnace to do the iron. Wow. I have come across way too much iron. Okay, I'm gonna place that there. Let's go ahead and get more cobblestone. And then I'm gonna make another furnace over here. Yeah, here we go, right here. I'll just place that there. Do that and that. Nice. And then this will be done soon. And then we can have 2 furnaces for iron. The old textures. Whoa. Whoa. Wait, do y'all hear something mining? Did y'all hear that? Like the sound of dirt breaking. I hear feet. I hear something walking. Is it you? Is that you I hear? That's strange. All the deep slate turns into stone when I walk near it. What the heck? Dude, I keep hearing the sound of dirt breaking. Why do I hear dirt breaking? There shouldn't be, like, dirt down here other than in patches. Or maybe that's gravel breaking. That would make more sense. Okay, let's go back to these furnaces. Because all the pork chop is definitely done cooking. So I can get all that out. Let's put the... yeah, all that in here. Let's make an iron pickaxe. Let's make an iron chest plate. Nice. Go ahead and replace that. I think we should make an iron axe as well. Maybe an iron sword with how much iron we have. I mean, I think we can make all that stuff. An iron bucket. I think we can literally do it all. I think I'm about to get shot too. No? I hear a skeleton. Oh my gosh, more iron. That's so crazy. Oh. Here, skeleton. Oh, jeez. Okay. No, no, no. Okay, yeah, I definitely need to make a new axe. Or a sword. Or maybe both. There's so much iron. I can literally make everything. Okay, that, nice. Cool. Yeah, I guess we'll start with the armor. Legs, boots. Oh my gosh, even more iron up here, dude. Oh wow, I didn't even make a weapon. I didn't even realize that until I tried hitting the skeleton and I bring out my bow to attack. Okay, I'm gonna make a helmet. There we go. And then yeah, I'll keep rocking the axe. We'll do the iron axe. Oh, wait, what? Wait, why did I just get a music disc? That's weird. Why did a music just pop up on the ground? I don't think a skeleton killed a creeper there. I feel like there would also be gunpowder. Okay. That is... Noel joined the game? Oh, what? What? Noel joined the game. Hello? What? Oh my god, wait, you can actually see him. Like as a player when I press tab. Okay, there's someone else in my world. That's nice. That's nice. Someone else is just in my world walking around. He's probably on the surface. He's probably getting wood right now. Oh god. Oh my gosh, more iron. I don't need more iron. I should... Honestly, we should just get out of the cave. I don't need to be here anymore. I feel like only bad things can happen down here too at this point. Maybe I should get a shield. That could be good. There's a creeper. Yeah, let's kill this creeper. I'll just knock him down there at the very least. Yeah, this is way too much iron than I know what to do with right now. I feel like we're good at the moment. I could come back down here when I want diamonds, but I think for now we should go up above and explore the top a little bit. Explore the surface. I do want to see if this music disc too is a normal music disc, because I do find it weird how it just showed up randomly. Like, I don't think a creeper got shot by a skeleton there. I feel like 90% of the time you have to orchestrate the skeleton to shoot the creeper. Like, that would be so weird if the skeleton just like killed the creeper without me knowing. Okay, I want to remember this spot, so I'm just gonna put a bunch of cobblestone up here in case I ever want to come back. Yeah, now lies the problem of getting down. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so if I ever come back to this area and I don't know exactly where that cave is, that will definitely help. May as well get some wood while I'm up here too. I just realized Noel is still in my world. I think that would be so cool if when it says stuff like that, they literally spawn at like the world spawn point, like the same place you spawned, and just go around getting materials and like playing the game like a normal person. I also want to say it's actually so crazy that my Evil Hunter mod that I had developed has gotten played by so many people. Like, I swear, there's like 50 million views of my mod on YouTube at this point, which is so wild because originally I wasn't going to release it to the public because I feel like it's cool just to have like a couple mods only on my channel and, you know, nobody else gets to have. I don't know, I just think it's like kind of cool, like an exclusive thing. I'm the only person who's ever played this mod. I just feel like that's kind of cool. Like my Pale Man video, like that's a mod that I had made. Super cool mod. I don't think we'll ever release it for other people to play. Maybe in a couple months, who knows. That's what we did with Evil Hunter. I played it a month before we released it for other people to play it. And I thought it was a cool mod, but Jesus, I didn't think it would be like the new hot mod of the month that every single person is playing and making videos on. So that's crazy. Like, that's wild. I didn't think that mod was that special. I was like, oh, this is super cool. I love it. This is great. You know, it's cool to have something, like, made. Because I, like, had a vision for what I wanted the mod to be. And I just told the developers what I, like, really wanted. And they just kind of went wild with it. And it's kind of cool. I don't know. Jesus, there are so many animals over here. I'm just going crazy killing all these animals. There are so many. Okay, yeah, I think we're good on food. 22 beef, 18 mutton, 16 pork chop. I literally have 29 iron. You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it too, just while it's fresh on my mind, I'm going to do a bucket. And I'm just going to pick up this water in case we need it later. You never know when this... Water in case we need it later. You never know when this... When this may come in clutch. I don't think somebody liked me getting water. I don't know why. Why would you care so much, bro? Why would you even care that I'm getting water? Maybe they're allergic. They start having like a crazy reaction to it, get a big rash. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Maybe the horror mod gets a rash in water. Maybe they haven't eaten enough bananas and they get cramps when they swim. Who knows? That's a real thing, by the way, if y'all don't know. Like, if you get, like, a bunch of, like, cramps during the day, just eat more bananas and you're chilling. Fun fact of the day. Now you can tell your parents you learned something. Learned something from a Minecraft video. Did you know, I was watching this YouTuber today, and did you know that getting cramps randomly throughout the day, if you just eat bananas, you're chilling? Okay, I've looked around this area long enough. There's no good spot to build a house. I'm just gonna make a house right next to that cave. Because I want to be there anyway, because I feel like it goes all the way down to bedrock. I don't know why I'm killing these animals. I just said I don't need to do it anymore. I'm on a psychopathic rampage right now. The best type of house to build may very well be just a house on the side of the mountain. I think I will do this. Fun fact, back in the day when I first ever bought Minecraft, this had to have been over 10 years ago. That was a crazy time. Like, Jesus. Like, that was before Minecraft on Xbox was a thing. I feel like a lot of people got into Minecraft because it was on Xbox. I don't remember exactly when I bought this game, but back in the day, I had a laptop. That's the only type of computer I had. And Jesus, it was like an Alienware laptop. And it's so funny because those are meant for gaming, they say, but I feel like gaming laptops in general is just like a silly concept. Like, it's not even good. I got an Alienware because I thought it'd be good for gaming, and it was absolutely horrible. It was a horrible experience. Anyway, back in the day when I first started playing this game, this is the first ever house that I made. I made a mountain house. This is the first ever house that I made. I made a mountain house. So it's kind of cool to do it again many years later. It's so nostalgic too, like the old sounds and everything. Well, this is cool after so long, after so many years. You know, it's so crazy to think about how long I've been playing this game that I just came back to this. The classic house on the side of the mountain. Okay, all that food is cooked. I'm gonna cook this as well. I probably shouldn't leave that door open. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I actually need to light this up. It's a good thing I accidentally misclicked there. Because, yeah, I definitely need to light this up. Okay, we are doing good on food. We are super good on iron. The only thing I can think of is getting diamonds, getting a jukebox, and seeing what the heck this is. Because why was this just sitting on the floor? Like, that's kind of random. Although it is... just sitting on the floor. Like, that's kind of random. Although it is... Bro. Wait, there's another one. What? What? Dude, why? It's saying my name. This is my in-game name. Wait! Is Noel around? It says my in-game name. It says nice house. Wait! Is Noel around? It says my in-game name. It says nice house. How does it know this is my house? Bro. The AI may be too smart. I'm not gonna lie. What? Oh no. Oh no. What? May be too smart. I'm not gonna lie. What? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, no. Get me in my house. Get me in my house. Get me in my house. Where's my house? Bro. What's happening? It's making me look at it. Oh my god, it's coming. It's coming. My game just crashed. It literally just crashed my game. Wait, it put me back here. Before that thing even spawned. Wait. Noel. Hello? Noel? What? Why did it... Bro. It just kicked me out of the game. Okay. Okay, what is going on? What? Why did it... Bro. It just kicked me out of the game. Okay, what is going on now? Now things are getting, like, way too... What? How did I just die? Okay. I'm gonna set my respawn point. Yeah. I don't know why I did that. Anyway. Yeah, that was completely random. I actually don't know why I did that. I'm gonna set my respawn point. And I know exactly where my base is because of the signs. And the light. Should I go to sleep? And I know exactly where my base is because of the signs and the light. Should I go to sleep? Stupid witch. I'd have to get rid of that witch eventually. Okay. Yeah, maybe we just go to sleep. That's interesting. Why did it say null in the chat? Here, I'm gonna make a chest. Yeah, we'll put that right there. With the old chest sound. Oh my gosh, it's ancient. It is actually ancient. Do we think 5 coal is enough for all that? It probably is. But just to be safe. Ancient. There. With the hole in the chat. Here, I'm gonna make a chest. Yeah, we'll put that right there. With the old chest sound. Oh my gosh, it's ancient. It is actually ancient. Do we think 5 coal is enough for all that? It probably is. But just to be safe. Oh, what's happening? What? I don't even know why. Okay. That's what happens when I go outside my house. A bunch of random things try to kill me, and my PC gets blue screened. I know that was obviously in the mod and not my actual PC, but yeah, that's what happens when I leave the house. So maybe we're not going to do any of that for the rest of the video. Just no more leaving the house. Because, I mean, technically, if I make a mine shaft like this, and it leads to this, this is technically now part of my house. You know? Like, it connects to my house. It's technically part of it. Although, I'm literally gonna die, so maybe let's not do that. Let's go this way. Wait, there's no shot that I just dug into a mine I've already been to. How is that even possible? I just went in a completely random direction. Oh my god. Of course! Wait, this is the... If this... This is the mine that I've been to. Wait, hold on. Let me make it real obvious that this is where my thing is. I thought I just saw a name tag. I'm freaking myself out, honestly. Yeah, let's go back down here. Oh, cool. That's cool. Yeah, let's go back down here. Maybe find diamond? Maybe? Make a jukebox? And listen to that music? It probably sounds exactly normal. I don't know. For some reason, I just have this hunch. This hunch. It makes absolutely no sense. I don't know why I have this hunch. It's just, I don't know why I randomly just got a music disc on the ground. I'm really going to bat for this music disc theory. Okay, that's iron. Not like I need more of it. I don't know why I continue to mine this stuff. Like, I clearly don't need more of it. I have enough. Like, there is absolutely no reason for this. Why am I doing this? I don't know. I suppose I could go down the water. Yeah, it's pretty funny. I know exactly where I've been because if there's, like, cobbled deep slate, then I've clearly not been here. Then I've clearly not been here. Yeah, let's just keep going down, actually. Oh, dead end. Okay, not that way. What is that doing down here? Then I've clearly not been here. Yeah, let's just keep going down, actually. Oh, dead end. Okay, not that way. What is that doing down here? We are at 0, basically. We are at 2, dude. We are in the negatives. That is not right. That is not right. That is not supposed to be down here. That's not supposed to be down here. Where is it going? Wait, it's like running. Hello? Are you just a normal pig that just got lost down here? Maybe it's just a normal pig. Can you see me? Huh? Dude, I'm so freaked out about this pig. I want to go near it because I'm curious. Why does the noise sound like it's coming from the pig? Oh my god, it's running! Wait, that's not a normal pig. That's not normal. Guys, am I crazy? Is that a normal pig? Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm so freaked out about this pig. Come here. Come here. No. I'm gonna make it so you can't get up to me. Wait, where'd it go? Okay, it's right here. Hey, pig. Hey, you want to give me some pork chop? Wait, no, that is a bad pig. Oh god! Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Dude, I'm cooked. Wait, it just tabbed me out. It just tabbed me out. Hold on. No. Oh my god. This is so loud. This is so loud. What is happening? Oh my god. Oh my god, that was like actually insane. Oh, are we good now? I just realized my pickaxe is about to break. I can definitely make another one. Yeah, let's just do that. Let's just make another one. Dude, honestly, the best idea I've ever had was killing the pig like that. I know there were some people in the comments, too, that just deleted their comment. Because there were 1000% people in the comments that were like, bro, that's just a normal pig. What are you doing? I get that every time. Every time I'm in a cave and I see something and I'm paranoid about it. Every time. It's always people telling me I'm paranoid and that it's nothing. I know for a fact there were at least 20 people commenting that, and everybody just deleted their comment. Okay. Dude, after that, I kind of don't even want to explore the caves because that thing walked around the corner. That monster literally walked around the corner, and it is somewhere over here. Unless it's like despawned and it's gone. Oh god. Okay, it's just my render distance. That's my render distance, that noise. It just changed my render distance. Well, not really, because the render distance doesn't actually change. Why is this on? Or off? Wait, it's on. Smooth lighting is off, but it's on. That's weird. Why did that... I don't know what that does. Dude, I feel like this is such a bad idea to be walking this way. It was literally being a pig mimic. It was hiding as a pig. I'm not gonna lie, I love stuff like that. It is super scary, but I absolutely love stuff like that. The mimics. I think that is so cool. Like, it just adds another layer of spookiness. Like, anything, any normal thing that you see could end up being something entirely different. It, like, went inside of its skin and is controlling it. I just love the idea. God, there's so much iron here. Like, I'm at this point, like, I'm not even mining it anymore. I say that as I mine the entire vein. What do you mean? I'm not mining this iron anymore. I'm not doing this. What are you talking about? Oh God, mining iron is so silly. There's no reason for me to do this at all anymore. I literally have so much iron. This is completely pointless. Ugh, that was completely pointless, dude. I have 26 raw iron and 23 iron ingots. There was no reason for that. Where are the diamonds? The sooner I find diamonds, the sooner I get my jukebox, the sooner I get out of here. That's the... Okay. Nothing kill me. I get out of here. That's the... Okay. Nothing kill me. Nothing kill me. Nothing kill me. Nothing kill me. One single diamond. Literally just a jukebox. Okay, that's fine. This is about to be the most normal song you've ever heard, by the way. What is happening? Bro, what is happening? Oh my god. 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 Oh my god.
go crazy. Go crazy.
Oh my god. 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 Dude, 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 dude. What? It's a slime. What was that? Dude, I think it fell. I'm out of the cave. I'm out of the cave. I'm getting out of the cave. I'm done with this. I am just done with this, dude.